Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good
The
evening.
Durham Public Schools Board of Education monthly meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. Thank you for taking this time to join us. The next item on our agenda is a moment of silence. Thank you. Now it's time for the superintendent's update. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you so much, Board Chair Rogers. Good afternoon, good evening, board members, members of the public. We will get the screen going here and get started. A few updates I want to share with you and some celebratory news as well. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. So as you are aware, the reason that we're in this virtual setting now, we've had significant amount of winter weather to navigate, and so it has returned again this month, and our district has transitioned to remote learning this week to keep our students and staff safe. There is so many considerations that come into play as it relates to making these decisions. We don't make these decisions in isolation. Obviously, depend on our transportation staff, our facilities and operations staff, but also our city and county officials as well as it relates to road conditions. And so I'm certainly grateful to all of our educators who made sure that our students could continue to learn while safe at home, as well as our essential personnel who played a critical role in terms of ensuring that our facilities are taken care of during the storm. I'd like to extend a special thanks to our grounds team supervisor, Jamal Lawson, and the entire grounds team who responded during the weather event. You can see by the images on the screen there, these are the results of their efforts. Clear sidewalks, clear parking lots. And because of their hard work, we are looking forward to welcoming all of our students and staff back safely on Monday. Next slide. It is Black History Month, and we honor the impact and accomplishments of Black people in Durham, North Carolina, our nation, and the world. I was a guest reader at Creekside Elementary School. I look forward to reading at Easley on Monday, and I know that there are some board members and other district staff and community members who are reading and taking part in several celebrations happening this month across the district. And so thank you to all of you who are volunteering your time to pour into the lives of our children as we celebrate the many contributions of Black folks here in Durham, as well as the entire world. Next slide. February is Career and Technical Education Month, highlighting CTE programs that build firm foundations for students as they explore careers to prepare them for their future. Thank you to Darian Harris, our district CTA leadership, and our CTE educators who pour into our students daily. Speaking of CTE month and keeping the theme with CTE, you can go ahead and go to the next slide. As we continue to celebrate CTE month, we were just notified that Tyler D'Angelo, who's an agriculture teacher at Jordan High School, has been named, and this is a long one now, has been named the North Carolina Center for Advancement of Teaching's 2025 Burroughs Welcome Fund North Carolina Career and Technical Education Teacher of the Year. Try to say that. This award recognizes outstanding CTE educators who demonstrate excellence in their profession. Through Mr. D'Angelo's efforts, students have not only met, but exceeded state benchmarks. They've also earned industry recognized credentials and gained invaluable work-based learning experiences. Mr. D'Angelo received a $5,000 cash prize, instructional supply funds for Jordan High, and will be a delegate at the national conference. So a huge congratulations to Mr. D'Angelo for all that he has done and continues to do at Jordan, and a super congratulations on being named the North Carolina CTE Teacher of the Year. Next slide. February is also Love the Bus month, and we cannot, as I've said before, stress the importance enough of the critical role of our transportation team members, from our drivers, safety assistants, monitors, mechanics, routers, and everyone who supports our transportation operations, play in the role that you play in educating our scholars. Of course, we cannot educate them if they can't get to school and get to school safely. Our drivers were celebrated last week with breakfast and treats during lunch around the district. And I would encourage us to continue to celebrate and lift our bus drivers and transportation team up for their outstanding work that they do in keeping our students safe to and from school. Next slide. It was National School Counseling Week, February 3rd through the 7th. And during that week, we celebrate and continue to celebrate the tremendous impact our school counselors have in helping our students thrive and succeed. Our counselors go above and beyond to support our students socially and emotionally and academically. And I know that they make a difference in their schools, and we so certainly appreciate their efforts. So kudos to all of our school counselors here in DPS. Next slide. Last Friday, I had the amazing opportunity to help celebrate the DPS ESL Registration Center as they celebrated 25 years of exemplary service. This office has been a vital resource and has empowered culturally and linguistically diverse students and families, fostering inclusion and equal opportunities, and just providing that welcome and warm environment. So a huge thank you to Sashi and her team for their dedication and support in supporting all of our scholars and families that come to us from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. Next slide. A bit of congratulations, huge congratulations to Principal Tiffany Boss and Burton IB Elementary for being named a top magnet school of excellence by Magnet Schools of America. Only 24 schools in the nation, that's right, 24 schools in the nation are awarded this prestigious honor, and 5 additional schools earn top honors as well. And so we were fortunate that Burton was named one of those top 25 schools, but we also had some additional schools who earned top honors. Next slide. And those schools are for the Schools of Excellence category: Durham School of the Arts, Durham School of Technology, and George Watts Montessori. Next slide. Also, Schools of Distinction: City of Medicine Academy and Lakewood Montessori Middle. So a huge congratulations to those schools as they have achieved their honors. Next slide. More congratulations to Carrington Middle School. They have been named a North Carolina School to Watch by the North Carolina Schools to Watch program. Congratulations to Principal Deborah Faison Cheek and Carrington's hardworking staff and students as they continue to reach this status. So this was a program that recognizes schools who have established successful practices and are on a trajectory to continued success. This is the 6th time that Carrington has received this honor. So huge congratulations again to the entire staff and all the scholars at Carrington Middle School. R.N. Harris, congratulations to R.N. Harris Elementary School. They have been selected by the North Carolina Campus Engagement as the 2025 Community Partner Award recipient. This is an award that they were given in recognition of their sustained, impactful, and reciprocal partnership with North Carolina Central University. They were also recognized at a conference in Guilford County this month. So again, congratulations to the entire staff at R.N. Harris, as well as the students for the 2025 Community Partner Award. Next slide. I will tell you that the spotlight was on our scholars this past week as they sparkled on stage at the Evening to Shine. I was simply in awe, I will tell you, of our students' talent. That evening would not have been possible without the support of the DPS Foundation, who are amazing partners to us. We certainly appreciate their commitment to our district. I'd also like to thank our Director of Arts Education, Les Turner, and the dozens of DPS educators and staff who poured into the students and got them prepared for this outstanding event. This is a prime example of how the arts shape the lives of our students. Huge thank you to all board members that showed up and district staff that showed up to just take part in this. I was telling someone this was a critical reminder for us that this is why we do what we do. And so I'm super excited and I can't wait already for next year's showcase. Next slide. I have enjoyed engaging with students, family, staff, and community members to gain a better understanding, a deeper understanding of our district's strengths and areas for growth. So at our March board meeting, I will share my post-entry plan for moving our district forward and ensuring that we remain laser focused on every single student and every aspect of our scholars' development. So I'm super excited to share with you the things we have learned and the things that we will move forward with here in the future. Next slide. We are all aware of the recent lockdowns at one of our high schools, and I want to let our students, families, our board, and community know that safety is a top priority. I'll tell you that when I learned, excuse me, of the lockdown last week, I immediately went over to Riverside, and a huge thank you and shout out to our law enforcement partners who had the campus secure, wouldn't even let me in, and that's totally fine. While waiting, there were some students who had been dropped off, not knowing that there was a lockdown. So I had an opportunity to talk to those students. I was really pleased to hear from our students who feel safe because they have trusted adults that surround and support them daily. And when I asked them, I said, what are some things that we could do to keep you safe? And they shared some of their suggestions with me. And I then asked them, if there's something that you're grappling with, or if there's a safety issue, do you feel like you have someone in the building that you can talk to? And without hesitation, they named those adults that they felt comfortable going to talk to. And so situations such as this are certainly unsettling for our students, staff, and their families. And that is why we rely heavily on the protocols that are in place to ensure everyone remains safe and that any threat to safety is neutralized as quickly as possible. Please know that we share the information as soon as we get it, as much as we can, as quickly as possible, while these situations are being actively investigated. And I want to again thank our safety and security team and our law enforcement partners and the entire Riverside staff for their quick response in addressing this matter and their ongoing collaboration in keeping our school community safe. And I will just add again to all of our families that may be watching and listening, continue to have those conversations with your children, just asking them about their day, if there's anything bothering them, that they feel comfortable talking to you. And if there's anything that's alarming, please do not hesitate to let us know at the school level. Next slide. Stakeholders should have received, probably within the past hour or so, the second installment of our dollars and decisions. You should have received that today. And so as we walk through this year's budget process with our stakeholders, we found it necessary to just do more in terms of educating our students, families, and staff about the funding sources, the non-negotiables, and all of the factors that must be considered when creating our budget. And just last week, we asked our community, what are budget priorities that we should be considering for the upcoming school year. And so we've received great feedback thus far, over 1,400 participants. That's 1,400 participants. Thank you for leaving your thoughts with us. That survey platform is still open. I will tell you, it's going to take all of us. And I'm appreciative of our community's willingness to share with the board and the district leaders what you feel should be our budget priorities moving forward. Excuse me. So please stay tuned to our series. We will continue these as we continue to provide more information in the spirit of being transparent and accountable to our community. And finally, I will tell you on the next slide, our commitment to our scholars, to our families, and our staff will never waver. And as we think about and hear things from the federal landscape, as things continue to evolve, please know that we remain steadfast in our commitment to providing a high quality education for every single scholar in Durham Public Schools. Changes at the national level have the potential to impact public education in our district. And please know that we are closely monitoring these shifts. We've reached out to our attorney partners to assist us with some of the things that are coming down. And so while we navigate these changes, again, our focus remains on equipping every single student with the skills and knowledge that they need to succeed. And so we will continue to prioritize excellence and innovation in our schools. We are in Black History Month. We just came off of Dr. King's birthday in January, and I just want to remind us of a quote that he said. It said that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. And I know at times it may feel, with some of the things that are coming from the federal government, that this arc is just bending back and forth. Yet he also reminded us that the bending of that arc requires hands, and that's our hands, hands that are willing to work, voices that are willing to speak, and hearts that are courageous enough to love and act, even in the face of some of the adversity that's coming down from the federal government. Please know we will continue to do the work because we know that in Durham, equity is not optional. It is essential, and that justice is not negotiable. It is non-negotiable. And here's the truth, and I shared this at a crowd that last month during an ML King celebration, is that an executive order, or most recently a dear colleague letter, none of that can erase transformed mindsets, nor can it unlearn cultural competence. And so obviously we will continue to follow all federal laws, but at the same time, we will continue to do what's best for our students in a way that doesn't jeopardize this district. And so again, we are closely monitoring any communication that comes from the federal government, partnering with our attorneys to be responsive in a timely manner. So that's all I have this evening. I'll turn it back over to you, Board Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. The next item on our agenda is agenda review and approval.
I would move approval of the agenda as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Umstead to approve the agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? Okay, colleagues, we're going to do a roll call vote, and we're going to go in alphabetical order by last name, and that is the way we will do every vote this evening. So, Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten.
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff.
Aye.
Mr. Tabb.
Aye.
Ms. Umstead.
Aye.
And I vote aye. It passes. The agenda passes 6-0. Thank you all. And the next item of our agenda are the monthly meeting minutes from January 28th, 2025.
I move approval of the board meeting minutes from January 28th, 2025.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Harold Goff, seconded by Ms. Byer to approve the minutes from January 28th, 2025. Ms. Byer, is there any discussion? Okay. Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Carter Otten?
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff?
Aye.
Mr. Tabb?
Aye.
Ms. Umstead?
Aye.
And I vote aye. It passes 6-0. Thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for those minutes. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. Public comments were submitted online, and I will turn it over to the Office of Public Affairs and Ms. Cooper to read those comments up to the 30-minute mark. And each comment will get, how many comments do we have tonight?
Good evening, and thank you, Chair Rogers. We have 10 comments this evening.
Awesome. Then they get their full 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do apologize in advance for any mispronunciation of names, but I will go through and mention the name of the person who submitted the comment and read the comment in full. Our first comment is from Chad Heffley. I am commenting as a parent of students at Rogers Her Middle School and Hope Valley Elementary. I've attended your last 3 meetings asking you each time to not implement express bus service or to at least provide important details about the 25-26 plan. At your last meeting, you agreed that more information and discussion is needed, but neither you nor DPS staff have provided any answers, and transportation isn't on tonight's agenda. I am once again asking you for the information that families should have had weeks ago. Where will express stops be? What times will they operate? What are the expectations of parents at pickup and drop off? What is DPS doing to minimize the impact of express service on equity and access? How are families with 2 working parents supposed to get their kids home? If you can't answer these questions by now, you shouldn't be using this model. The lottery entry period is long closed, leaving parents without capacity to make changes in our plans for next year. Year-round school for 25-26 will start in less than 5 months. Please don't forget us. Thank you. Our next comment is from Kate Ashcraft. Magnet School lottery results are coming March 3rd. Parents need a full understanding of how remote bus stops will work for those schools before they commit. Not a concept of a plan, not a trust us, we will work something out. A full plan with all details, times, locations, and procedures. Otherwise, how can we agree to it? Our next comment is from Jocelyn Dawson. I'm speaking in favor of master's pay increases for DPS social workers. As a parent and PTA officer, I want to highlight some of the remarkable work I've observed our social worker, Megan Stillwagon, do at Hope Valley Elementary. Megan goes above and beyond performing critical work to keep kids at school. Coordinating with PTA and Note in the Pocket to meet clothing needs for children. We recently filled 25 children's clothing requests and distributed about 200 coats. Going door to reach Pashto, Arabic, and Dari-speaking families to provide information about family responsibility zones. Many of these families did not previously know about the FRZs because of their language barrier. Connecting families with mental health resources and resources to combat homelessness. Supporting families during a time of concern surrounding immigration enforcement. Leading our attendance team to make sure our most vulnerable students are being supported in attending school. Coordination of holiday presents for 57 children in need at our school and doing the same at Rogers Hurt. Many of these children receive clothing, shoes, toys when they would otherwise not have. DPS social workers provide services that show our families that the community cares about them, and master's pay increase would show that we care in return. Our next comment is from Andrea Winkler. As a parent of 2 elementary age students, it has been disheartening to experience the level of complacency it seems the district has about having kids attend school. The bar for cancellation is incredibly low and seems to be based on administrators' anxiety rather than the actual level of the threat associated with various environmental conditions. At this point, it seems like our local school community and student culture do not value education. Our next comment is from Rebecca McDonald. Dear Board of Education, my name is Rebecca McDonald, and I'm a parent of a kindergartner at Creekside. I again wish to express thanks for the thoughtful work mitigating the bus driver shortage. While I know further work is needed to make family responsibility zones safe across the district, that this solution has equitable impact upon all schools. I am here to advocate for further equitable distribution of resources. DPS has recently added 2 executive level and 1 assistant superintendent level position at central office, while 1, there are inadequate allocations for staffing at the school level, and 2, district leaders recently denied each school 15% of its operational budget to cover for the shortfall. This is not equitable. This is central office also reducing its operational budget by 15%. Transparency around this is needed because it seems to me that central office is increasing its spending while asking schools to reduce theirs to fix the budget crisis. Further, in March of 2024, the metric for Title I funding changed in a way that deeply negatively impacted some schools. We support the move to provide free breakfast and lunch for all students. However, DPS chose to only recognize direct certification of federal assistance programs to determine the percentage of students at each school identified as economically disadvantaged. Local data such as homelessness and migrant status is no longer used. For Creekside, excluding local data from the Title I calculations changes the number of students that qualify for free and reduced lunch from 49% to 33% and excludes 100 of our neediest families. I strongly ask that that the change for Title I funding be reversed, at the very least for schools that have large populations of homeless and migrant status students that are not accounted for in federal data. Relatedly, industry standards dictate that such positions are necessary to smooth the operations of programming of schools. However, these positions are not allocated at the elementary level in DPS, and many schools use Title I funds to pay for them. Using federal funds in this manner is supplanting programming rather than supporting it. I realize it is too late to address this for the current school year, but how does DPS plan to ensure all schools have basic level staffing positions going into the 25-26 school year? Thank you for your time and listening to my concerns. Our next comment is from Fern Hickey. I'm a DPS 5th grader I'm a parent to a DPS fifth grader at EK Poe and wish to provide comment on a few different but intersecting issues that are impacting DPS students' equitable access to education, either via preventing students from getting to or from school or affecting their ability to access the resources and supports they need to be able to engage fully in the classroom. Transportation. Implementation of family responsibility zones is negatively impacting students and families across the district, as families once served by buses are forced to figure out new ways to get their students to school. This is especially impactful for single parent families, for families of younger children who don't feel comfortable sending their 5, 6, or 7-year-old to and from school on their own, but whose work schedules don't allow them to drive or work or walk them, as well as for undocumented parents who don't feel safe leaving the house on a regular schedule for fear of detention or deportation under current immigration enforcement climate since Trump was sworn in. One parent at my child's school is in danger of losing his job because arriving too late too many times in a row since FRZs was implemented, as he didn't feel comfortable allowing his second grader to walk to school on his own, but driving him there meant arriving late at work. If the FRZ are to be maintained, there needs to be an easy and expedited way for families who need it to request exceptions so that students are not missing school and parents are not losing jobs on account of lack of school transportation. 2, aftercare. My son has been on the wait list for aftercare since the beginning of this year and likely will not make it in before the year is up. I've been able to make this work because he's old enough to self-release and walk himself home, and because I have been working remotely. However, I am being transferred next week to a job that will require me to be in the office 5 days a week, 8 to 5. So very soon I will be scrambling to figure out aftercare solutions for my son, who does not feel comfortable being home alone due to a string of attempted break-ins on our block and having been witness to attempted gun violence earlier this year. The lack of sufficient aftercare spaces for every family who needs them disproportionately impacts single-parent households, low-income families, families of young children, or children of any age who are comfortable being at home on their own. The families where both parents work. Especially in light of the sudden lack of busing for families in the FRZ, the district needs to work on solutions to provide adequate aftercare capacity for every family that needs it, so that families whose children used to ride the bus home have an option for sending them to aftercare instead until parents are able to get off work to collect them. This would also benefit undocumented families who are concerned about leaving their house at consistent times of the day for fear of ICE surveillance and potential detainment or deportation. Communication, how schools will respond if ICE shows up on campus. In conversations with my school's data manager, I've learned that there are a number of students who haven't shown up at school at all since Trump's inauguration, and other students whose attendance has been much more sporadic since inauguration than it was before. The data manager is hearing from parents who are scared to bring their kids to school for fear of their kids or themselves being detained or deported. One of the most common questions is getting from these parents is, what will the school do if ICE shows up on campus? Will I be contacted? I appreciate the district's communication to parents, reiterating their policy of equal access to education and commitment to the privacy and safety of all students in the wake of Trump's executive order removing sensitive location and safe zone status from schools. However, this statement was not at all explicit regarding the schools being instructed to do what to do in an event that ICE shows up. And this is a result of students making it to school because students do not know what the risk level is. The district needs to send out a follow-up that communicates clearly and explicitly to families what their policy response is if ICE shows up on campus. Wake County has adopted and communicated a policy that is much more explicit in regard, in this model that Durham could look into. And this is a model that Durham could look into for this matter. There is just one more section, and this concludes this comment. Master's pay for school social workers. We do not know what the next 4 years will hold, but we know that some parents are already losing jobs due to massive federal layoffs. Some families feel unsafe bringing their kids to school due to increased immigration enforcement, and some kids do not feel safe in their schools or outside of them due to erasure of DEI programs and protections and the attack on the trans and LGBTQIA+ individuals. In this climate of heightened attacks on individuals, as well as the social safety nets that help protect us and support us, the need for skilled, experienced, and resourced school social workers is going to be higher than ever. The district must provide the master's pay that these critical school staff deserve so that they can continue to serve the students and families that they are going to need their services and support now more than ever. Our next comment is from Sean Stokes. This year, our students have missed significant instructional time due to dysfunctional transportation, HVAC issues, inclement weather, and even the fear of inclement weather. DPS has chosen to classify 3 days of missed school as asynchronous learning, a euphemism for just another day our children are deprived instruction. I know unequivocally that remote learning doesn't work. We see it in the persistent learning loss from the COVID years. So instead of adding makeup days to the end of the academic calendar, why does DPS continue to cheat our students out of the education they deserve? Why is this issue not even on the agenda for tonight's meeting? DPS needs to do better. We should abandon the entire notion of so-called asynchronous learning because it will almost never result in significant learning. Rather, DPS needs to put the interests of our students over those of faculty and staff and make up days at the end of the year, just like we did decades before Zoom was an option. Our next comment is from Camilo Cienfuegos. The school board should be proud of yourselves for not having this meeting in person. Don't let any of the naysayers get to you who are saying that you don't want to face the people. Even though in the past year, classified workers' wages have been slashed and instructors have been lied to about their raises, we know you still stand in solidarity with us because look at the federal and state problems. Clearly, the problems of DPS are the fault of others. Just because 113 other LEAs and NC can make budgets only demonstrates how bold, historic, and unprecedented the great 7 leaders in DPS truly are. Thank you for your unwavering support of our majority-strong union and the Durham People's Alliance. We will continue to stand for you despite these loco parents who think you are bad at your job and call for you to resign. Demonstrate your loyalty to us by passing Meet and Confer, which is the most pressing issue facing the district. Our next comment is from James Kane. There are a number of pressing issues impacting students and school board personnel across DPS. Today's top 5, the school board has not clearly fully communicated how individual schools will respond to ICE action. Principals and teachers have not been trained, and a briefing paper is not training. Parents and guardians have concerns about communication of ICE activity anywhere in the school system, and how will parents be notified? Students and/or parents are scared to travel to school due to ICE actions. They want to be in school but are absent or tardy. What is DPS doing to address this? 2, family responsibility zones need immediate personalized attention to ensure every individual can get to school safely, not only for the benefit of the student education, but also for the impacts transportation has on the rest of the family. Too many families have normal work schedules and can't find after-school care, and they have to choose between getting their kids to and from school or keeping their jobs. 3, many of our school facilities badly need renovation. There are unsafe or unhealthy conditions that need immediate attention. This discussion about budget shortfall is terrifying, and we need to ensure that these schools get the attention they deserve instead of overpaying for new schools to be built. 4, support of DAE. We need to restore master's pay for school social workers. We need to increase school health personnel allotment. Both of these need to happen as soon as possible. Why should these folks continue to accept being underpaid and understaffed? How long before they quit for more humane working conditions? They have tremendously difficult jobs, and they should be paid and resourced appropriately. 5, Dr. Lewis needs to agree to a proper meet and confer with DAE. Our final comment is from Lindsay Knight. Since January 2025, students have missed 6 days of school due to snow and poor road conditions. North Carolina school districts are allowed up to 5 remote learning days per academic year. As of tomorrow, DPS will have used 3. This year, students and staff have already lost significant instructional time due to ongoing transportation crisis, the closure of schools caused by failing HVAC systems, and inclement weather. Discussion about makeup days is not currently on the meeting agenda. Why not? DPS families deserve answers. The district must provide a plan and account for the many hours of lost instructional time that thousands of students experienced so far this year. This concludes our comments for this evening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cooper. And thank you, everybody, for your public comment. Colleagues, the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Carter Otten to approve the consent agenda items. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Byers,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff,
Aye.
Mr. Tabb,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye. It passes. The consent agenda passes unanimously 6-0. The next item on our agenda is the DPS Crown Week resolution. Dr. I, did you want to introduce this item?
Yes, I can do that. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I just have a few remarks and then we'll go straight into the resolution. So thank you all for having me. Again, good evening, Dr. Lewis, board and cabinet members, and to our viewing community. It is truly a pleasure to join you virtually to share more about DPS's Crown Act Week activities and also present an opportunity for the reading of the resolution. So just a little bit about the Crown Act, which stands for Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair, is legislation that prohibits race-based hair discrimination, which is the denial of employment and educational opportunities because of hair texture or protective hairstyles, such as braids, locks, twists, or Bantu knots. And so objectives for DPS Crown Act Week are to highlight the importance of the Crown Act and what necessitated its creation, to illuminate Black people's experiences with natural hair in various educational and professional settings, to affirm the beauty, power, and resilience of hair across the diaspora, and to acknowledge and address the implications of the Crown Act on students and staff experiences. And so furthermore, the resolution highlights DPS's core belief in a child-centered approach for an education that is caring, culturally responsive, and embraces the whole child, and calls on all students, educators, and community members to observe the week to advance efforts to end discrimination and to create a more inclusive beauty experience and learning experience for girls and women of color, and then, of course, all of our students. To further commemorate this act, I now invite you to read the DPS Crown Act resolution in its entirety, and I thank you for your continued support and commitment in fostering, affirming, and welcoming spaces for all of our students and staff to be their brilliant and authentic selves, and of course, in protecting and keeping their crowns. So I'll yield it to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. I. Colleagues, I'm going to ask that we follow the same order we have followed to vote. So we'll start with Ms. Byer. And I don't want to call on you in between paragraphs, so please pick up where you are alphabetically. Thank you.
Ms. Rogers, before we start, I just lost, I can't see my document anymore. Can you all just keep going?
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, this is one of our favorite things for Black History Month, the Crown Act Week resolution. Durham Public Schools is expressing support for the designation of the week of February 24th to February 28th, 2025 as DPS Crown Act Week.
Whereas the Coalition of the Crown Act wants all beauty to be welcome in all places and institutions, they assert that narrow beauty standards make it difficult for women to freely celebrate their own beauty. While all women experience pressure to conform to certain standards of appearance, Black women are disproportionately impacted by the Eurocentric standards that so often define what is beautiful. And
Whereas research has shown that society's bias has resulted in unfair judgment and discrimination against Black women based on hair texture and protective hairstyles, including braids, locks, and twists that are cultural representations of their race. And
Whereas in the U.S., the law in many states does not currently afford protection for race-based hair discrimination, even if the hairstyle is inherent to racial identity. It means Black children can be denied entry to school or educational opportunities because of their natural hair. This is not okay. And
Whereas the Crown Act, which stands for Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair, is a law that prohibits discrimination based on hair texture and hairstyle. The coalition of the Crown Act's mission was and is today to advance efforts to end the hair discrimination and to create a more equitable and inclusive beauty experience for Black women and girls. And
whereas in 2021, the Durham City Council elected officials passed a non-discrimination ordinance of the City of Durham and assert that the general purpose of this chapter is to provide individuals within the City of Durham freedom from discrimination in connection with housing, employment, and public accommodations because of race, color, religion, national origin, sex, disability, familial status, military status, sexual orientation, gender identity, and protected hairstyle to promote harmony in human relations and to prevent commercial advantage from unethical practices. And
whereas one of Durham Public Schools' core beliefs is in a child-centered approach in which our students deserve an education that is caring, is culturally responsive, and embraces the whole child. Durham Public Schools insists on addressing the social, emotional, and academic needs of each student. And
whereas Durham Public Schools has a dress code policy 4316 that reads, the primary goal of Durham Public Schools is to provide a safe learning environment where all students are able to achieve at their highest potential. Ideally, students should be able to dress and style their hair for school in a manner that expresses their individuality without fear of unnecessary discipline or body shaming.
Whereas the Crown Coalition offers a platform that uplifts support to end hair discrimination, and they continue to galvanize support for legislation to end hair discrimination federally and in all 50 states. The Crown petition has over 485,909 signatures so far. And Durham Public Schools Board of Education supports signing this petition. And
therefore, be it resolved that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education supports the designation of February 24th through February 28th, 2025 as DPS Crown Act Week across all Durham Public Schools and calls on students, educators, and community members to acknowledge and celebrate the week to advance efforts to end hair discrimination and to create more equitable, inclusive, and expressive beauty experience for Black and Brown people where students and staff are affirmed and can express themselves in a safe, positive, and authentic way.
now, therefore, be it further resolved that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education encourages administrators to support educators across grade levels and content areas from their buildings to acknowledge Crown Act Week and use resources that are inclusive of all of our diverse learners in order to support the whole child, healthy identity development and affirmation, and show support and acceptance for students showing up without fear of discrimination or shame. This, the 21st day of February, 2025.
Thank you all so much. I would entertain a motion to pass the Crown Act resolution.
I move that we pass the Crown Act resolution.
I second.
It's been moved by Ms. Harold Goff, seconded by Ms. Umstead to pass the Crown Act resolution. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Umstead?
I just want to say thank you, Dr. I, for bringing this resolution to us. And I want to acknowledge our former colleague, Javanya Lewis, who brought this Crown resolution to us to start with. And I'm really grateful that it is continued to live on, especially in a time like this. It's nice to celebrate hair, our natural hair in the Crown Act. So thank you, Dr. I, and thank you to Ms. Lewis.
Ms. Umstead, you beat me to it. That was exactly what I was going to say. Thank you for reaching out, Ms. Lewis, and thank you, Dr. I, for your work on updating this resolution for us. Anybody else?
Just want to add a comment to my, just gratitude for bringing this forward. Yes, it's appropriate to wear your natural hair in work settings, but the bigger piece for me is that young people are watching. And I remember hearing a story in a previous district where a young lady was planning to attend this event, and she spent the night straightening her hair. only to go in the next day to see a tall African American woman with her natural hair, and it further, led her to believe that, hey, I can wear my natural hair in a professional setting. And so, yes, we're concerned about employees, but also our scholars were able to see adults that look just like them wearing their natural hair. So, kudos to you, Dr. I, for bringing this and the board for passing this resolution.
And if I can take a moment, I'd also like to thank our DPS Crown Act Planning Committee. So this is definitely not a work that's done alone. Shout out to my committee. We've been working at this since last year. And so it's really good to see it all come to fruition like this. And similar to what's been shared, beyond just hair, when we make space for our students to show up authentically, we truly get a chance to see just how brilliant they are. And so thank you all for your continued support, and be on the lookout for some really exciting activities next week. Thank you all.
Thank you. I'll now call the vote. Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Harold-Goff,
Aye.
Mr. Tabb,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye, and it passes 6-0. Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. I, for joining us virtually.
Thank you. Be well, stay safe.
You too. Thank you. Colleagues, the next item on our agenda is the Board of Education Legislative Agenda Draft. Ms. Umstead was leading that work, so I would like to turn it over to her to begin that conversation, please.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The Board of Education puts together a legislative agenda every year that we present to our representatives in the General Assembly from Durham. And so this year, this is our draft iteration of this legislative agenda. I have already thought of things I want to add since I put this together. So this will be a time for colleagues to give feedback, and we'll work on this draft some more and bring it back for a final vote. I want to thank Board Member Goff, as well as Ms. Chavez, who worked together with me on this. So I will put myself on mute and just take copious notes over here to the side as you all share any feedback on the legislative agenda.
I would ask that you use your Zoom features to be acknowledged to speak. But I think I saw your hand, Ms. Carter Otten.
Thank you. Looking for my Zoom hand. So, I was wondering if, before we get into feedback on the content, if we could have a reminder about the, how this is used, like the purpose of the legislative agenda and how it gets used, at the state level, and that process too, for sharing it with state folks, so that we have more context for what we're working on.
Ms. Umstead, did you want to respond to that, or would you like me to?
Sure. I mean, we will present this to our Durham delegation. Again, our House of Representative members as well as Senate members here in North Carolina, and they will use that as they do their advocacy work during the legislative session this year.
I hear your request, Ms. Umstead, for us to not approve an agenda tonight. But I do know that the deadline for legislative action is February 24th for bills. And so we should, if we want them to introduce something on our behalf, our legislators to introduce something on our behalf, we could push this to them before then, should we approve it tonight. If we don't have consensus and aren't ready, then it could wait and know that they would just hold this information for the next session. But that's up to the board. Ms. Byer.
So I just want to express gratitude to the three of you that worked on this. I think it is so challenging to convey everything that our students need in one document and keep it succinct. And I think y'all have done a great job of keeping those categories where this can be a starting place for conversations with our General Assembly, and we can open those discussions with listening to what they think they might be able to accomplish on behalf of all of our students and staff. I wondered how you all thought, you talked about bus driver pay, but did you think about classified pay more in general, or starting wages, just raising the starting wages overall? Did y'all have some thoughts on how you wanted to share that, as we've kind of dipped below where the county starting wages are, and how you thought about that discussion? That might be helpful to me, as I kind of tend to continue wrestling with that as one of our biggest issues. That, and if you all had any thoughts on teacher affordable housing and that local affordable housing bill.
I can add, I'm looking at you, Joy, but you don't know that I am, since we're virtual, if you want to jump in there. But we did have increased salaries for classified and certified staff. We kept it broad, so we weren't specific. So if there's some, like, a number or metric you'd like us to include, we can definitely do that. And your other question was about, what is your other question? Ms. Pryor?
Teacher affordable housing and that
Housing.
local bill that we've run several times, trying to move that at the.
That is not here, but we can add that if that's the consensus of the board to add that.
I just want to honor, like, Representative Marianne Black and all her leadership in that, and trying to get it to move, and acknowledge that it has moved in so many other communities. I'm so grateful for y'all leading this work and focusing this work.
Ms. Harold Goff.
I'm sorry, I'm having a trouble getting to my tools on the computer. So I have just clarifying, again with the timeline. This is due to the legislative agenda, for the meeting on the 25th. I wanted to make sure I had the correct date, and what I would I would like to give time for the feedback, even, like, to clean up those things. Like, if we don't get all of the feedback from board members this evening to make those corrections, is it all right to still collect those and to have those and still be on time to present it? Or is it very important that we do all of that now and approve it right now in order for it to be submitted? That's why I need a little more clarity. Is my question clear? Should I try to rephrase that again?
That's a question for the board. I know I've had members of our legislation reaching out to myself and the superintendent, soliciting information so that they can use for their advocacy. And it would be helpful to get them our request prior to the 24th deadline that they have, so that they can do their work. Most other organizations have done so, most other bodies, but I'm comfortable if the board wants to hold off. We can do what the board wants to do.
I
Mr.
also,
Tab,
oh,
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
I also wanted to lift up, I really thank you, Bettina, for, like, she took all of these notes and did make them very succinct, and kept it broad enough to address a lot of the concerns that we wanted to raise. And I love the idea of adding teacher affordable housing to what is already here, because I don't see that there. I was wondering if any other board members see any major missing links, major topics that we know are important that aren't included in this very succinct document, that we could then perhaps agree to go ahead and approve, just giving time for the approve with being able to add those amendments, like after the amendments. Does that make sense? So whatever we have that we see that's missing today, have the time to go ahead and make those corrections, make those additions, and then, but move to approve to then for it to be ready to submit with what's added from suggestions today. All right, I'm gonna step back.
Thank you. Mr. Tab?
Sure. Thank you very much. I like what board member Goff is saying. I'm having some trouble moving these tools around. So y'all work with me now. I'm the senior in all of this, but they'll be there. Then all of a sudden they disappear, and then I'm trying to find it again. But I would say let's submit what we have. I think it's important for us to submit and meet that deadline that they have. And if we wanted to add anything else now, let's make those recommendations to add now. But I definitely would want us to submit to meet the deadline. Thank you.
I can appreciate that. Ms. Umstead?
I can let, I don't know if Ms. Carter Otten has something to say before I get started.
Did you have your hand up, Ms. Carter?
I didn't, but I was thinking about it. Maybe Ms. Umstead read my mind. Thank you. And I think this looks great. I don't feel like it needs much work at all. I like the idea of adding teacher housing. So I'd be in favor of doing that. I saw that Ms. Chavez sent some like proposed edits today by email, and there was one that stood out to me that I was curious to know if others were interested in, and then that's like changing sorry, I have another screen over here, changing the allotment, the recommendation for social workers to match the recommended allotment. So I didn't know if others had seen that or were in favor of it. Basically matching that instead of one school social worker for every school, framing it like we did the counselors, which is to state what the guidelines recommend.
I can do that, Ms. Carter Otten, and I have not read Ms. Chavez's feedback yet, but I did do a little research into it, and what the National Organization for Social Workers, I don't remember the exact name right now, said was there's a ratio, but then they also say based on the needs of students is how that ratio could shift or change. So I can think about how I write that language in a way to say like, here's an average ratio, but yet if students have more needs, you might want more lower ratio of students to a social worker. So I can think about how I write that language to get more explicit in there.
That sounds great. Yeah, I think it looks like it's the same ratio that's recommended for counselors, so 250 to 1. So I didn't know if there's a reason originally why you'd put the ratio in there for the counselors, but not the social workers, or if it was just
yeah, it was in my research. That's what it said. Here's a ratio, and then if you have students that have more needs, we actually recommend having more social workers and not adhering to this ratio. So that was the reason why I put in there, but I can add 1 to 250 and think about how we add a little, maybe more additional language to make sure that it captures that if we have more need, we might want more social workers.
Yeah, I think I'm in favor of that. I don't know how others feel about that. So
I would agree with that and that request. I appreciate Ms. Chavez sending that for us to think about. I see Ms. Harold Goff shaking her head yes to that, and I appreciate the nuance, Ms. Umstead, that you want to bring to that. I'm very appreciative of the work each of you all put in on this legislative agenda draft. It does a really good job at getting at the key things that I think are most important to the board right now. And I'm just really grateful for your work. Ms. Byer?
Yeah, again, so much gratitude. I was also looking at the joint legislative priorities put out by the State Board of Education along with Superintendent Green that came out just yesterday, I think. And one of the things that stood out to me is something that we've been successful at that we might want to include just to be in alignment is maintaining maintaining funding for students to be able to have free meals, breakfast and lunch, that community eligibility provision. I think of that as one of our major successes from this past year that we want to be sure to highlight to our legislative delegation. It's silly that we're at a place where we have to consider adding things like maintain the Department of Education, the federal Department of Education. I don't think that we need to be that reactionary to bad ideas that are floating around in Washington, but I wonder about just the point about school meals. And I was even wondering, and y'all have wisdom that I don't have, but maybe we should invite Superintendent Green to our meeting with our delegation, see if he might be free to join us, and highlight some of their priorities, and the overlap there. But, yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Umstead.
Thank you, Ms. Barr. I like that idea. Maybe over some free breakfast at a school or something. I don't know. I think the other two things that I thought about after putting this together that I would, if you all are interested in adding, is just I think there's a lot of concern around public school funding in the next 3, 4, 5, 10 years in North Carolina. And so I think writing a little bit about opposing any expansions to opportunity scholarships, the voucher program, as well as opposing any legislation that would withhold funds from public schools for whatever reasons. So those were the two additions that I thought about. I see some head nods, thumbs ups. All right. I'll go work on these edits. Also make sure I read Ms. Chavez's edits. If that's the pleasure of the board, we can.
Yes, please.
Right.
Everybody else
Thank
agree?
you.
Do we
Yep.
need a motion? Like, oh, Dr. Lewis.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Yes, thank you. And I certainly appreciate the board's intention around increasing funding for EC as well as our ELL learners, obviously advocacy for increasing our classified and certified staff salary. I was wondering, and we certainly can provide some feedback, at our cabinet meeting on Monday. I was certainly wondering, do we want to just spell out instead of just increase funding for for ELL and exceptional students? Do we want them to just remove the cap, the 13% cap for for EC, and then the 10.8% cap for ELL? So just a wondering there, because as we think about, just our funding in this upcoming budget season and ways that we as a local school system can increase our staff wages, if we had the adequate funding just from those two categories. We're talking about five, and you'll hear from this from Jeremy's presentation in a moment also, but you'll see that $5.5 million that we would receive from the state if those caps are removed could indeed go towards our staff salaries, as well as the $6 million that we could receive from the state as it relates to ELL. So I just was wondering if we just want to be intentional in saying just remove the caps, or are we okay with just leaving it broad as like just increased funding for ESL and EC?
I would,
Or maybe increase the caps. I don't know.
colleagues, I would support removing the caps. I mean, they removed the caps for the Opportunity Scholarship funding. So
The language is there, unless I'm missing it. This cap should be increased to match the percentage of students in the school district. Is that how both of those are framed? Ms. Umstead, am I reading that right?
Yes. But I can put just remove the cap if that works for everybody. Although I think we can remove the cap and then would want to know how we want to ask for what the funding would be.
yeah, what we want them to calculate it at.
Mm-hmm.
It may be both and, right? Remove it and increase it.
Yeah.
And then
I can write that in.
my last comment, I know we are advocating for additional allotments for counselors, social workers, as well as some infrastructure needs. But as we think about school safety, are there opportunities for advocacy around increased funding for additional personnel, or just maybe incentivizing community partnerships to address safety. So just thinking about it from a school safety standpoint and really just clearly spelling it out in here some kind of way. I don't know if it's, like I say, one can infer that, increasing counselors and social workers definitely can indeed help with school safety, and obviously our infrastructure and improvements, but maybe additional funding to continue to address our efforts as we think about improving overall safety for our scholars and staff.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Yes, I think that there's support for that, Ms. Umstead. Thank you. Colleagues, as our time winds down for our conversation on this draft legislative agenda, is there a consensus about submitting this at the recommendation of Ms. Harold Goff to submit a draft so they have something to work with to our delegation? Awesome. Thanks all. Awesome work, Ms. Chavez, Ms. Umstead, Ms. Harold Goff. Much appreciation.
Yes, thank you all. And then obviously once these are finalized and approved, I would encourage our community members as well as our partners, within the school system, foundation, DAE, to all rally behind these legislative priorities as we continue to advocate for our school system.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the Policy Committee Development Discussion. We'll turn it over to Attorney Malone.
Sorry about that. I had to switch to my phone. My computer was not working for some reason. Yes, I was asked to take a look at your current policy and to think a little bit about how you might go about developing a policy committee. So what I did, as you may know, your current policy 2230 does not recognize any what people would call standing committees for like finance, operations, student outcomes,
I'm sorry to interrupt,
policy
Mr.
development.
Malone.
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Malone, are you aware that your camera's off? Do you intend for your camera to be off?
I did not, no, and trying to turn on the volume on my phone. I must have hit that by accident, sorry. So your current policy 2230 does not does not set up or establish any standing committees. So what I did is I reviewed multiple policies from across the state to see how other boards have established policy committees, standing policy committees. And I guess I want to start with like how they define the purpose of the committee, because I think that would be, as your board considers this, establishing kind of the purpose of the committee, if you were to go in this direction, would be an important first step. What some policies say is that the purpose of the policy committee is to review policy proposals and make recommendations to the board regarding proposals to revise or adopt new policies. Other policies define kind of the purpose of the committee as the policy committee shall review all requests for policy amendments, direct staff to prepare draft policies for review, and establish a cycle for policy manual review. So there are various ways in which, if your board were interested in trying to establish a policy committee, you could define its purpose and how it is to operate. On like conditions of how these policy committees or standing committees are set up. A lot of times boards are saying they kind of define like the function of the committee. So the function of a standing committee shall be fact-finding, deliberative, investigative, and advisory, but not legislative or administrative. So again, you would be free, if you were interested in establishing such a policy, to include that kind of language or whatever language you may find useful in how you would want to describe the functions of the committee. The other thing that I noticed in a lot of these policies is that the boards want to make it clear that these standing committees may only make recommendations to the board and that they otherwise have no authority to act on behalf of the board unless specifically authorized by law, board policy, or the board. Again, kind of making it, restraining some of the authority of the committee and making it clear that the committee is kind of reporting to the board and is making recommendations to the board. Many of these policies would say that the committee chair is the person that would be responsible for reporting back to the board on whatever the activities of the committee are. I mean, you don't have to establish yours that way if you were to do this, but that's sort of something that I saw in several of the policies that I thought I just wanted to highlight. And, the other thing that comes up in these policies is how are people assigned to the committees. Some of the policies state that the members of the committee will be named by the board chair on an annual basis. But I did see one policy anyway that said that the Board of Education would approve the assignment of members to a committee. So again, that's something that as you think about such a committee, you would want to think about how individual members would be assigned to the committee. Most of the policies that I looked at stated that the board chair would be a non-voting ex officio member of the committee. Also, most of them stated that the superintendent or designee could be named as a non-voting ex officio member of the committee. Again, that would be up to you to structure yours if you were to go down this road and however you would choose. But that's something that I saw repeated in a couple of different policies. One thing that I also noticed is that all of the ones that I believe had language in it that made it clear that all board members who are not appointed to the committee are clearly permitted to attend and participate in discussions in the committee meetings. So even though they're not on the committee, they can attend the meetings and they can participate in the discussions in the committee meetings, but they are not allowed to vote since they would not be a member of the committee. The other thing that I noticed is that one policy or many policies said that, only so the correlation to that is that also only members of the committee would be considered in determining a quorum. However, I saw one policy with some language in it that I actually thought would be worth at least highlighting, is that one policy had a provision in it that if a quorum of the committee is not reached by the existing committee members for a meeting, all board members present could count for the purposes of determining a quorum of the committee, and those board members in that situation would have the right to vote at that committee meeting. So again, I'm not saying that you would need to do that, but I thought that language was interesting. It's certainly something that as you think about what the structure of a policy committee might look like is something that you may want to consider. A lot of policies wanted to point out that the committee itself had the authority to request staff support, I guess, just to make sure that there's no confusion about the ability of the committee to reach out to staff to get whatever support is needed. There were, ways that some of the policies address how items could be added to an agenda. That's something that you would probably want to think about how to address. And like with your current policy, all of these policies noted that any of these committees are in fact deemed public bodies under North Carolina's open meetings law, and that they're subject to all the requirements of the law pertaining to notice, closed sessions, minutes, and the like. So those are just some of the highlights of some of the things that I've seen in many of the policies where people have established a policy committee or some other standing committee that I thought you would want to at least ponder as you think about whether this is something that you're interested in.
Colleagues, having heard from Attorney Malone about a policy committee and hearing all the different opportunities, hearing from each of you about your desire to move policy and change policy and to move it forward quickly, I wonder if we are interested in entertaining a policy committee. It sounds like right now, given all the different examples that Mr. Malone has read to us in these last few minutes, that it might benefit us to create an ad hoc policy committee that will work on the process of the policy committee and establishing the procedures and routines and aligning our current policy with the development of a policy committee. And I know there were some questions that were sent in advance about who would be on the committee. And I'd like to entertain from each of you um, if you would be interested in serving on the committee, because our primary work is to inform and address policy as a board. And I think it would benefit us to maybe even consider doing a committee of the whole for the ad hoc committee, but designate this time for work on policy with the start of a policy committee procedural. Ms. Carter Otten.
Thanks so much. I was wondering, well, I had a question for Attorney Malone, but could you repeat the last thing that you said, Chair Rogers, about the committee of the whole, so that I make sure I understand what you're proposing?
So it would be a committee of the whole. The whole board would be the committee, and we would meet to focus on policy. And as it's the ad hoc, it would be focused on developing the procedurals and modifying the processes of policy changes so that they go through a standing policy committee.
So the committee, the committee of the whole would be the ad hoc committee is what you're proposing. And that ad hoc committee would be in place to develop the, modify current policies and develop the procedures and plans for the new policy committee.
Yes, and the board may decide that they want the committee of a whole for the policy committee, or they may decide they want 5 members or 4 members or 3 members. I don't think we would pick an even number because that would be weird, but yeah.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. And then I just quickly, my question for Attorney Malone was, thanks so much for looking into what other districts are doing. That was super helpful to hear those examples of all those different like pieces of things that we should be considering or could be considering. I was wondering if maybe you could like put those in a table for us where we could see like each of the different categories and some examples of how each district did it so that the visual learners of us could reflect on those a little bit.
I can do, yes, absolutely. I can do whatever you would like. Yeah, are you thinking like how different districts have done it, or just giving you a table of options to consider? Like, do you want to know like the Wake policy says this and the Charlotte policy says this, or are you thinking more like a laundry list of options that are out there from the various policies?
I may be curious to hear what other board members have to say about identifying different districts. What's more important to me is just that it's organized. So it's like with regards to how things come to an agenda. That's one row, for example, maybe, and then here's different examples of language with regards to how the members are selected. Here's different examples. Does that make sense? And then
Yeah, I can certainly do that if directed by the board. I'd be happy to do that.
Dr. Lewis has his hand up, but I think Ms. Harold Goff wanted to speak at one point.
I'm actually, I was going to lift up something, but I see that Board Member Chavez has joined us, and I also need to log out and try to log back in so I can see if I can get my camera to work. So I'll be right back.
Okay, Dr. Lewis.
Yeah, thank you so much, Board Chair Roger. I just wanted to share my experience with working with boards and policy committees, and it was similar to what Attorney Malone shared, where there consisted of 2 to 3 board members. In the previous district, it was just by board members that wanted to sign up to serve on this committee, and they would tell you that those individuals were like what they would call policy geeks, or just really loved the policy work, and so they met monthly. And the superintendent identified a like a lead that would coordinate the meetings and include pertinent district staff. So, for example, if we're talking about a policy associated with something relates to facilities, then Dr. Webb would be on there. If we're talking about a policy relating to anything academics, then Dr. King would attend those meetings as well. It also allowed an opportunity for the board to put all of their policies on this rotational cycle so that they're reviewing all policies. But there also were opportunities for to troubleshoot some things that were going on. So, for example, when we were going through the gaggle thing in a previous district, we had some students to attend those policy committee meetings. When they were beginning to talk about cell phones, they included some students on the policy committee. So the goal again was to have some space where the work can continue and we can continuously monitor our existing policies to ensure that they are still aligned with our mission, vision, and goals and strategic plan. But the goal again was to make sure that all of those existing policies were also on a ongoing cycle to be reviewed, at a certain amount of time. So happy to answer any questions as relate to how I've been had experience with working with boards and policy committees.
Thank you. Ms. Byer had her hand up.
Yeah, so Chair Rogers, I appreciate you bringing this to the agenda for us to consider. I love the idea of a committee of the whole so that we put all of our voices into how this will be and how this will best function for us. I want to be clear with folks that are watching that this is not intended to stall or slow down any great initiatives and policy that's already in the works. That is not my understanding. That is not the desire, as I understand it, of this board. But when I've talked to you, Chair Rogers, it's really like, how can we focus the work, the policy work within this board? Those ideas that come from board members or community, but also those that come from staff or in response to changes in state and federal law that we need to deal with. And I see when I was snooping at Wake's policies that they just set aside 2 hours a month and they have standing time that hopefully some meetings they don't use all of that time, but it's there if they need it. And I would be in favor of us moving forward with a committee of the whole, trying to work through this and get it moving as quickly as we can, so that we're more organized and we're more methodical about this tedious policy work and we keep it moving forward and we have a place to wrestle with it. It takes a long time when you try to wrestle with it in a public meeting in person and wordsmith. It really kind of almost needs its own unique space. And I hate adding extra meetings, but sometimes that could save us time in the length of our ongoing meetings. So thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Byer. Mr. Tab, you're awfully quiet. Ms. Chavez, after Mr. Tab comes off mute, if you want to share.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing this up. I do think at a time in our district right now with so many things going on, I am a little hesitant about bringing something else to the table with all the other priorities that we have. I think that having the board as a whole to look at policies, I think that's just a better route for me. That we can continue to just move forward with what we're doing in terms of having the board just look at what's there and continue to get together and as Ms. Byers just said, carving out some time to just do it. But listening to Attorney Malone and all the different variables that he just brought up about different people doing it this way or that way, I don't want us to get caught into a situation where we're now spending a lot of our board time trying to figure this out when we have so many other pressing issues that we really truly need to focus on as a board. And that's my position.
Thank you so much. Ms. Chavez.
Good evening, everybody. Happy to join at this point. Sorry I could not join at the beginning. Thank you to Rod for the research. You answered a lot of my questions about how different different districts, the different kind of options that they might use for the development of a policy committee. And I wanted to say I like the idea of cycling, of doing, as you mentioned, Dr. Lewis, like a cycle of policy review. I think that would be helpful. And it's my understanding that we did that in the past in DPS. My overall, I guess, desire is if we do move in this direction, as I mentioned in comments I sent to everyone earlier, I think that I would like us I would like a policy committee to facilitate innovation and efficiency in policy creation and revision. And I think that the board members haven't necessarily brought a lot of policies in the past, but I think there may be a shifting interest in doing that. So I think that I would be most interested in a policy committee with dynamics and sort of parameters whereby innovation and efficiency are facilitated. And I definitely think the research that you did, Mr. Malone, is really helpful. And I would like to, for us to be able, board members to also to be able to talk to other board member colleagues in other districts and find out what makes them work well. And I would be interested, Dr. Lewis, to hear more about what made your policy committee that you were a part of in the past work well and just be productive and all of that. So that'd be my main thing about any creation of a policy committee that we were looking at.
Ms. Sarah Goff.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily, for lifting that up. I share I share your sentiment on that. And I also would like to add that what I'm hearing or what I'm feeling is that I want to make sure that with a policy committee that we leave space for and that can come in the development, but that we leave space for new things to be able to come to the committee. I guess what I would like not to happen is for the committee to only to not, allow room for the flexibility of the creation of new policy. So I think I'm just echoing the same thing that she may have said. And that where the ideas, like, I guess I'm a little concerned about, who decides what the policy committee works on. That's something that we might have to work out. Want to leave enough space for board members, staff, to be able to propose policy that can then be discussed and if necessary, created. So spaciousness in this committee, that's what I want to make sure that we keep in our thoughts.
Thank you both for uplifting that. Absolutely. Ms. Umstead, you're quiet. You don't have any thoughts you want to share right now?
I mean, I feel like we need to move forward the committee of the whole to get all the ideas into some structure so we can move this forward. That's what I'm hearing, a lot of ideas of how we move forward, and it sounds like we need to schedule a meeting to get it started.
To that end, I do agree that we should be working on policy in innovative ways and providing the vision for policy and making proposals to modify policy and develop policies with administration. And so I would entertain a motion, if anyone has one, for an ad hoc committee of the whole or whatever you desire.
Yeah, so the policy says that the chair can appoint, ad hoc committees may be appointed by the chair with the approval of the board. So I guess one option, Chair Rogers, is if you want to, I guess specifically ask for the approval of the board to set up the committee of the whole as an ad hoc committee. That may be one way to try to get a motion.
Okay. Ms. Carter, you have your hand raised.
I just had a clarifying question, and that is if we, and it was in thinking about Mr. Tabb's comments, if we vote to set up a committee of the whole, an ad hoc committee of the whole, to work on this, then if a board member doesn't want to be part of that, they can choose to not be part of it, but that doesn't mean is that how it would work? Like whoever
Yep.
wants to come to meet and talk about it would come?
So a committee of the whole could function when they have quorum, just like Rod described in the policy. Committees have to establish quorum. So if there were 3 people in the committee, they would have quorum with 2. If there were 5, they would have quorum with 3, and so forth. So it would be that we would have quorum with 4. I would also ask that Dr. Lewis appoint a staff member to lead us through this work and lead us through the policy work and organize the meetings for us, should we decide to move forward. Ms. Carter-Otten, sorry.
Would, just one more question, and would Attorney Malone also, or an Attorney Barrington Smith attorney also be there to navigate this process, help us navigate this process?
That's a great request, and if the board is okay with that, I would feel better about that.
Yeah, I'll be happy to do that. And obviously, Dr. Giovanni does a lot of policy work for you. So, I mean, we can certainly collaborate together. And, but yeah, we will do whatever the board directs. Absolutely.
All right, Ms. Chavez.
I would ask that we have some maybe Mr. Malone with the policies and examples that you've collected, just have some different models in front of us, like their documents, whether in policy or sort of their procedures around this committee. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, most of these policies are relatively short, so I could certainly pull multiple examples for you, and maybe just cut and paste the entire portion of the relevant policy for your review, because they are, in the grand scheme of things, relatively short.
That sounds fine to me. Just something to look at would be helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Colleagues, any other discussion, conversation, or a motion to approve an ad hoc committee of the whole to develop the policy, to do the policy?
Move that we authorize the chair to work with, to empower an ad hoc committee of the whole in collaboration with Harrington Smith, to work on an ad hoc committee to develop a policy committee. I don't know. Is that enough of a motion that made enough sense?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Umstead to authorize the chair to work with Attorney Malone to create an ad hoc committee to develop a policy committee. Is there further discussion? Ms. Chavez, I see your hand raised. Thank you.
Sure. I'm just confused because I thought we just said it would be a policy of the whole. Why would it be an ad hoc policy of the whole?
It's an ad hoc committee to develop the procedures for the policy committee.
Okay, so it's in other words, a small group of, no, it's still a quorum of us. Okay. Got it.
Mr. Tab?
Yeah. There is some uneasiness from me in just listening to the motion. Pauses me for that we're not totally clear on exactly what we are asking for and what our intentions are. So I will not be supporting this at this time. I would love to have more conversation about what this would entail. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Umstead.
All right, and just one clarifying question. This group needs to also develop a policy which would have some of these parameters in there, and then they could get started on other work. Is that? I see some head nods, so yes. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Carter Otten.
We have a policy development policy that I think this group will need to, one of the first things or early things this group will need to do is think about how to revise and update that, which was last updated in 2016 and is very broad. And so I don't know if there's a new policy or if it'll be updating that one, or if there was something different that you had in mind. Ms.
Right.
Umstead.
Yes. Attorney Malone.
Yeah, my thought is that you may very well, I haven't looked at them again, but I looked at them briefly. You may need to revise 2420 adoption of policies. You may need to revise 2410 policy development, and you may need to revise the ad hoc policy, the committee policy. So there are 2230. There are several policies that, as part of creation of this, may get touched a little bit by the committee of a whole.
Thank you. Ms. Harrigoff, then Ms. Byer. Ms. Harrigoff, are you having a hard time coming off mute?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yep, I can hear you now.
All right. So I have to speak my elephant in the room. There are currently some work being done on the development of two policies that I am very interested in. And in doing this development, I love the idea of developing a policy committee. I feel that that is a natural thing that should be taking place. Wondering if if this is being done because of the developing work that's being done on the current two policies that we're looking that I've been working on or looking at. I don't necessarily, I want to be sure or to be clear that we don't have to stop or backtrack. I think I heard Ms. Beyer lift that. We don't have to stop any current work that we're doing. We're just trying to improve the work as we're moving forward because the work that I feel that I am, that's important to me on this board is active, and we can continue to be active as we're working on cleaning up our systems for policy development. I hope I'm expressing that clearly. I'm hoping that this motion is not saying that we halt any of that process or any of that progress while we figure it out, but that we're able to do both things, both and. Just want to put that forward. If the motion is clear for that, then I'm in favor.
Thank you for sharing. I want to answer some of those questions, and I can assume what I think the policies are that you're addressing, but we're also waiting for the naming policy to come back, the salary administration policy to come back that we've been working on since last spring. Dr. King has been working on some student discipline policies to bring to the board. NCSBA is always uplifting policies that need modification and need board attention. And I know that we have meet and confer that we've handed off to Dr. Lewis and DAE to work on, and other policies that we have already discussed in first read or second read, that need more attention from us, that I would like to see go through this policy. But no, we're not trying to through a policy committee. The plan is not to slow down work, but get us to a place where we have an hour or two devoted every month to do the policy work and really help align our vision as a board and inform administration on how we want them to move. So hopefully we're not spending as much time in our board meetings wordsmithing and trying to develop policy, but we're spending our time advising administration on how we want them to modify the draft policies that get in front of us. And I don't know whose hand was up first, Ms. Beyer and then Ms. Chavez, because you're showing up that way on my screen.
I appreciate it. You said a lot of what I was going to say, Ms. Rogers, and even more. But the thing that I wanted to lift up and that is important to me as we work on this is to create a place that we notice, that is public and open to the public, that is in accordance with sunshine laws, where our community is welcome to join these public spaces as well, give us, listen to the discussion and give us their feedback. So making this, I think I'm probably one of the last people that would want to add a committee or add time, but I think it actually will help us be more efficient in driving innovative policy work that will add to the innovative policies that already exist in this district. And the innovative work that is going on. So I look forward to building on that foundation of great, strong policy that is there, but also having a place to do this work efficiently and in collaboration with our community that chooses to join us in an open meeting space. So thank you.
Ms. Chavez, do you want to speak? Okay.
Yeah. I wanted to ask again, Mr. Malone, I think you mentioned the purpose of one of these, of a policy committee generally, but I wanted to ask, what is our understood purpose of this committee?
Well, that's the great part about it, is that you will establish what you want it to be. So the committee of the whole, if you go forward, will, I mean, you will lay this down. It will be Durham's version of this. I mean, you will have other examples, I guess, to look at, but you'll get to decide exactly what you want the purpose to be, exactly what goes through the committee and what doesn't go through the committee. You'll decide as a group exactly how this committee can help you with your work. So that's the great thing about it, is it will be what you want it to be.
Okay. And thank you. And I guess board colleagues, would you say it's not clear yet what our purpose is in creating that? Or Chair Rogers, do you have a sense of the purpose since you brought this to us?
Purpose would be to do the policy work that we're all so very committed to in open session, where we have an opportunity to demonstrate that we're doing the work of the board, the policy work of the board, within the scope of open meetings laws, that we are developing policy in a way that is inclusive of all board members, and that we can move more policies quicker to the board for approval, because our vision is set and cast outside of formal board meetings.
Okay, thank you. All right, and lastly, I did email this question, but I did want to ask, what was the process of getting this on the agenda, since it wasn't originally on the agenda when you all discussed the agenda on last Friday?
Yep, happy to answer that. I had a conversation with Attorney Malone after several emails came to me in regards to how policy was being shopped with board members. And I did speak to Ms. Harold Goff last Thursday night, asked her to create a committee for said policy, explain the directions on how to get it on the agenda so that we could discuss it in open session. That didn't happen. And so I consulted with superintendent. The agenda had not been posted to add this to the agenda after consulting with Rod about it, to make sure that we were moving into clear territory and following the law to move policy. And so in lieu of that particular policy getting a special ad hoc committee, I requested that we put a policy update committee on the agenda so that we can move all the many policies that we've been discussing and are waiting to hear into an open space to get board feedback. Ms. Harrigoff?
Is it just a follow-up to that, isn't it? So you added this to the agenda, but was my understanding that we had to do that by Thursday with 2 board members' approval, but the chair can do it beyond that. Is that correct?
The policy says that agenda items can be added as long as the agenda is not posted yet. If you read the last line of, I'll have to pull the policy. Ms. Harrigoff, Ms. Carter-Otten.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? I just wanted to clarify that in our conversation, that the reason why I did not ask to place the item on the agenda was because what was discussed was putting on the agenda to ask permission for the board to work on policy, like asking permission for specifically for the board to work on a policy. And that is not what this is. So I don't want it to sound like there was something that I just didn't do. I didn't do it because I didn't think that I wanted to ask for permission to work on a specific policy. What's being lifted up now is setting up a policy committee. So those are, in my head, two completely separate things. So this was not something that I was asking for. I was going to ask for something completely different and did decide not to. Put asking permission to work on a specific policy on this board agenda.
Would you like me to reply to that? Is that what you're waiting for?
No reply. I just wanted to clarify that is not,
So the request, yes.
I was not going to make the request for a policy committee. What I was thinking about, what I was going to make a request for was asking the board permission to work on a specific policy, specifically community engagement. But I did not make that request. And I did not do that after having conversations with you and, and reflecting. And then this came up on the agenda. So I was never intending to put this on the agenda. Just clarifying.
No. Yeah, that was not what was communicated. Ms. Carter-Otten, did you still want to share thoughts? Ms. Chavez, I see your hand next.
I just had a clarifying question before what I assume might be the vote after we talk. So I'm hearing that a big part of the purpose of this is to make sure that we're in compliance with open meeting laws, sunshine laws, and to make sure that the work that we do on policy is inclusive and in the public eye. And then I think I hear you naming a bunch of policies that are kind of like in progress right now, and there's tons in the works. So I'm hearing that all policies in development and future policies in development will go to the policy committee, or is that a decision that the committee of the whole will make together? So they'll decide which policies. Just want to make sure we're all clear on what we're voting on and we're feeling good about it. So
yes, that is a decision that the committee will make at that time, the committee of the whole. That's not a decision that we have to make here. Right. In fact, we're out of time on this topic and should be moving on and trying to get through this. Ms. Chavez.
I just wanted to go back to we cited the reason you were able to add this to the agenda. I'm looking at the policy, board meeting agenda policy, 2330. I'm seeing any new policy or budgetary items presented as an addendum to the published agenda are not subject to action at the same meeting. I'm not seeing quite what you're responding or what you were pointing out. Generally, all agenda items are collected by the Thursday ahead of time, and then the chair and vice chair review them with the superintendent on Friday before the meeting.
Yep, and as I reviewed the request. The request that I made specifically was to Joy was to do the specific policy committee. And that was on Thursday evening. Ms. Smith sends out a request. Her request is for Friday afternoon. And so I responded based on that.
Who were the two members of the board then?
I'm happy to forward you the emails that talk about the issue with the policy, because there's an issue with the policy, the way the policy was being shot, but we have to stay in compliance with the law. And the agenda was adopted this evening with this on it. So if you didn't want it on the agenda, did not want to discuss it, did not want to have this conversation, we could have taken it off the agenda at the time that tonight's agenda was approved.
That's not what I'm asking about, and that's not
Well,
my
I
point.
understand. I do
It's
understand that. I'm happy to share that information with you.
I'm asking because this has come up as a topic, how board members get items on the agenda. And so I think we need to be clear about our protocol. And when I heard that it seemed that you added something after items had been collected and discussed with the chair, vice chair, and superintendent, I wasn't clear how that happened or by what process or procedure or policy had allowed that, basically. So
Yeah,
that's what
specifically,
I'm asking about.
yeah, specifically a request to me as a chair about what policy was being followed in the development of other policies. And I sent that request to our attorney, received some information from the attorney, and added the item to our agenda, a development of a policy committee to get us in a place where we're compliant with the law. And so I, I did that in that way with the attorney based on requests about work that is seemingly being done not in front of the public, where our work is expected to be done.
So I hear the what happened and everything. I'm just not clear so a board member can add something on Friday afternoon in alone or in discussion with Mr. Malone, or what is, because our policy says any two board members may add items to the agenda by notifying the board chair prior to posting.
Right, upon conversation with our attorney, and I'm happy to acknowledge that perhaps something should have been done. And in the future, if the attorney shares that we are skirting the law a little too closely, not to deal with the issue at hand if that is the request of the board. But it felt like a sense of urgency for me when I learned that, so I added the item to the agenda. And as soon as we decided that, we had a conversation with the superintendent, I had a conversation with the vice chair. Heard no conversation from any board members, any concern about this item between Monday and today at 3 o'clock. And so
Okay.
I will always put the I will always prioritize the the work of the board being done in a way that is within the realm of open meeting laws and in front of the public. And so in this instance, I added this item to the agenda in order to protect our efforts and to move forward policies, all of the policies that everybody is interested in moving right now.
So you're saying that because you thought there was a legal issue with the way in which some of us were discussing a policy that we're working on, that created enough urgency for you to be able to put on the agenda on Friday afternoon, but I'm still not understanding how that aligns with the policy.
I'm not saying that it aligns with the policy. I do know that in most states and in North Carolina, the chair is seemingly allowed to add items to the agenda, and have thoroughly discussed this also with our attorney at the time of the conversation. And again, I say it is fine if the board doesn't want to do that and wants to continue to move policy in the way uh, that the board has been working on policy. But I know there are community members that are frustrated with policies not moving as quickly. And they're members of our board that really want to have more impact on policy. And I want to give our board that space and that time to do that, as well as be within the realm of possibility
And
and legality.
okay, I'm just trying to, I'm not contesting the actual item. I'm talking about how it was added to the agenda. So I want to be clear. So the chair is able to go beyond not follow the two board members may add items to the agenda as long as it's before posting. Is that correct? Mr. Malone is.
I'll be happy to speak to it for a second. Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
think that it is inherent in the position of the chair that the chair can add an item to the agenda before it's posted. That is what we see across the state, and I think that that is just inherent in that role as the chair, that the chair can add an item to the agenda. The policy protects the board from discussing an item that a majority of the board do not want to discuss by the ability for majority of the board to amend the agenda to remove any item that's been added that you don't want to discuss, or to add an item that, let's say, the chair has blocked, if that were to happen, adding to the agenda. So between the policy's ability for things to be added and when the agenda is approved, the ability for board members to add items at the table that they feel that they need to discuss, or to remove an item that the majority don't want to discuss. I mean, that's generally how this process works. So I'm not aware of a situation where the chair is not able to add an item that, you know, the chair believes is important for board discussion at a meeting.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Because just one other point, just to make it clear. So, I mean, otherwise you would not read your policy. Not that this would ever happen, let's say, just I want to make this clear, but you wouldn't read your policy to say that the chair wants to discuss an item and that the superintendent could prevent the chair from bringing that item forward, right? But one could read this first sentence to almost get to that result, and that can't be the result. That's just not the way that the board is set up and structured to work. So yes, it's set up that the chair has that authority, and then any two board members have the authority and the ability to get an item on the agenda, is the way that the policy is kind of structured.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thanks, everybody. So I'm going to call the vote. Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff,
Aye.
Mr. Tab,
No.
Ms. Umstead,
This is Bettina Umstead, and I vote aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
and I vote aye. It passes 6-1 to develop an ad hoc committee on policy, create a policy committee. Dr. Lewis, can you tell us a staff member you plan to assign to that? Do you know?
Yeah, right now, we're had some conversations briefly preliminary with Dr. Giovanni.
Could you have her send out a doodle poll to the board to set up the first meeting, please?
Yes, will do.
Thank you. Colleagues, the next item on our agenda is the budget information. I don't have the Tracy open. Mr. Teeter.
Thank you, Chair Rogers and other board members. So just want to provide the board an update just on where we are working through our process and thinking about next year. we've had a lot of conversation about this year, but just want to continue to lift up the work that we're doing for next year. And so just going to touch on a few things that the board members in agenda review were hoping to see. And so we can go ahead and work to the next slide. Wanted to start with just some budgetary challenges that we have been working through as we prepare the superintendent's recommended budget for the 25-26 year. First and foremost, we're starting out with an unbalanced base budget in the current year. We've talked about that quite a bit at the past few board meetings, and working hard to get our current budget at a place that is manageable and fair to work with, and gives us a good baseline rolling forward. The second challenge that we've been dealing with are inflationary pressures. I think this is something that we're seeing in various sectors, and certainly not just education, that we are figuring out how to continue doing the same things we have been with things that have gotten increasingly expensive at a pace quicker than we're really used to. Enrollment is, as the board knows, right, is a huge component of our funding. And so we're obviously having to monitor very carefully what enrollment might look like for next year. And there is a team of folks that are working on an enrollment forecast for next year, so that we may have some sense of how many students will be enrolled in Durham Public Schools next year and where they will be enrolled. Charter schools remain a challenge. We're hoping to hold flat there. One charter school closing, one charter school opening next year. We continue also to monitor whether or not the opportunity scholarships will have an adverse impact on Durham Public Schools. We really don't have any data at this point to substantiate whether or not they've had an impact, but we will certainly keep that in the forefront as we do our work. A new challenge on the horizon is federal funding uncertainty. We've spent some time processing and unpacking the implications to Durham Public Schools if we were to see some wide-scale loss of federal funding. I will share that when we had the initial concerns come forward a few weeks ago, and we didn't know what the executive actions were going to mean for Durham, we did some math in the finance department to ascertain what would our reality be, what would we have to come up with in short order to keep moving forward, business as usual, right? And that's anywhere from $5 to $6 million a month that we spend in federal dollars, including child nutrition. So it's a big part of our reality, and so we're monitoring very carefully as a senior leadership team what are our threats to various forms of federal funding and how we might need to react. We talked about this a little bit at the beginning of the budget calendar process, that we're entering a new biennial state budget where our legislators and governor will negotiate a new 2-year state budget. We have a new governor that is in that mix, and we don't yet know what he's going to recommend or what he's going to advocate for as he puts forward a recommended budget. And we also have a new North Carolina State Treasurer that has put forward some proposals for the state health plan that make us a little nervous. And just in terms of, there's a concern that increasing premiums is going to be the solution to making the state health plan whole. And we're looking at what could be a complicated sliding scale model for health insurance premiums for our employees that we're trying to unpack and get more clarity on before those premium changes go into effect next calendar year. So just a lot of things that we've had to take under review as we think about developing a budget. So we're ready for the next slide. These items were lifted up in the board's legislative agenda, and I think they're and I'm glad to see that. These are challenges that a number of districts have, but they hit home particularly hard for Durham in terms of the cap of EC funding at the 13% that was discussed in the earlier conversation. That means we have about 1,032 students in Durham Public Schools for which we do not receive state funding specifically for EC. So in this current school year, that's got a value of a little over $5.5 million. Second to that, but equally as impactful to our budget and our financial reality are our English language learners and that funding. So we are capped at 10.6% of enrollment. Our current child count for that is 22.8% in Durham. So just a much more significant variable. 3,806 students that would be unfunded by the current limitation of that model. That's got a value of a little over $6.1 million in resources that we don't realize in the formula. I will share also, I appreciate the board also lifting up that conversation about not only the cap, but the rate of funding. So the dollar value that's a value add per student could certainly be revisited to something that's more meaningful. I think particularly for our ELL population, that dollar value per child is a little bit less than we see for EC, but happy to provide any additional information that the board might need to further flesh out whatever is written for that review. Next slide. So continuation costs, and this is an area where I want to lean heavily on estimated. We're really operating with somewhat of a crystal ball in what could happen with this. And I will share that after we prepared this presentation, we received information from the Office of State Budget Management about what the revenue forecasts might look like for the state of North Carolina moving forward. For the 25-26 year, they are projecting only a 0.5% increase in revenue for the state of North Carolina, which has a dollar value of $181 million. That's a lot of money, but it's also not a lot of money in the context of our full state's budget and all of the priorities that they're trying to fund. So I think that's just an important thing for us to be mindful of as decisions are made moving forward. Even more concerning is for the 26-27 year, they're projecting a 2.4% decrease in state revenues, which has a value of an $823 million decline in their revenues. So just want to lift that up as new information that we have learned, even since putting this presentation together. It will be interesting to see how our state leaders react to that. We don't know if there will be any change in how they collect revenue, specifically meaning the state income tax. Will they move forward with continuing to decline the income tax rate in North Carolina? And will they find a way to shore that up? So for the purpose of this presentation, and this may change before we release the superintendent's recommended budget book, but we've developed at this point in time an assumption of a 4% increase in compensation, which was the higher rate of the 2 years in the last biennial budget. So that's sort of our starting point. We're in the current year, we did see a decline in the retirement rate. We don't anticipate that we'll see the state reduce what we contribute to the retirement system 2 years in a row. So we're tentatively forecasting that our contribution may rise to 26% of employee salaries. Just with the communication that we've seen from the new state treasurer, we're a little bit nervous about what we might be expected to contribute to the state health plan. And so we're looking at an aggressive about $800 increase per employee that we're forecasting. With the previous state treasurer, we were seeing anywhere from $500 to $600 per year. And again, so with the rhetoric that we're hearing now, we're just wanting to be prepared in case that's a higher number than we've been accustomed to in those increases. The next category of things that we're looking at are utilities. So over the next couple of years, we know that the utility companies are planning to have sort of steady increases in those rates. And so we're wanting to make sure that we capture that. They do it based on a calendar year. We budget on a fiscal year, so we've had to develop a blended rate for the next couple of years. And so building in about $220,000 increase for utility costs, largely driven by electricity. Commercial insurance, property insurance, and auto insurance. These are two industries where there's active negotiation with the North Carolina Department of Insurance to raise the rates for, which they are allowed to charge folks in North Carolina. And so tentatively, we're plugging in that we would need an additional $83,000 for our current portfolio of property, and $33,000 additional for auto insurance, just with those two things combined, $116,000. All of those variables together, we're looking at $6,290,12. We have to keep in mind that we're required to share any new money with charter schools, and so we have grossed that amount up to reflect that we would need to request $7,962,041 to satisfy continuation and actually land where we're needing to land to take care of our own needs. We're going to continue to monitor specifically the salary and benefit metric as we continue to get more and more information from our sources, and get some insight on what might actually be proposed. We could see this number come down a little bit, which I feel like it may, given the revenue forecasts that we received from the state in the past week. So just wanted to, with this information, let the board see what we're doing behind the scenes to prepare the continuation component of the superintendent's recommended budget. Next slide, please. Some things in our current roadmap that we're thinking about. So the 24-25 under budgeted number. So just lifting up that number of where we were prior to putting in place some temporary measures, right? So we're doing some things that are long-term solutions, and then we've had some things that we've talked about in the last couple of meetings that were short-term. So for that first line item, just trying to lift up what our starting point might be without some of our short-term measures that we've talked about. We are still very much under review for a central office realignment. So we have had some conversations as recently as this week as a senior leadership team about vacancies that we have in our departments and ways that we might reorganize some things in order to save the district dollars. I am encouraged by the work that I've seen. I was impressed by what my colleagues brought to the table this week for things that they have thought about in order to contribute towards our cost savings. So I put a question mark here because we don't have a precise dollar number on that. But I would say that we're approaching at least $1 million, if not more, that may be on the table there for things in that realignment. Something that we've talked about a bit at other board meetings would be aligning our classroom teacher to student ratios to reflect how the state funds us, and striking that balance of our efforts to have lower class sizes while also trying to make sure that there's a qualified teacher in every classroom, and hitting some kind of sweet spot between those two things. If we were to align those ratios a little closer to the state recommendation, we could see $7.7 million of savings in our budget, and not be in a position where we're budgeting for so many vacant positions. So again, lifting up that estimated continuation number, the sum of all those things, we're looking at 7.2 million or a little bit higher than that. And so certainly continuing to do some work on that, but just wanted you to see the live math as we're doing the work behind the scenes, and just to lift up transparency around our processes in the budget department as we're working through that. Next slide. So these are some items that are relatively new initiatives to the district, and it's certainly not an exhaustive list of things, but these are things that have been talked about quite a bit recently, and we just want the board to be aware that they're under review. We are still working to assess the impact of these items, whether it made it easier for us to recruit and retain these populations. Do we need to lift up additional investment in these items in the superintendent's recommended budget? So just wanted everyone to be aware that these things are on our radar, and we're certainly committed to making sure they were effective or not, and whether or not we needed to seek more investment. So no particular agenda there, but just wanted folks to know that we're evaluating these new programs. And that includes these EC supplements, the ELL supplements, bus driver attendance bonuses, and the local master's pay effort. We know that these are things that we get a lot of public comments about, and people are watching with great anxiety. Capital outlay, we don't want to forget about that and just let you know that we are thinking about our capital outlay efforts. In the current year, we received $6 million in ARPA dollars from the county plus $2 million of their funding to get a sum of $8 million. The superintendent's recommended budget last year was pursuing that $8 million. The county crafted it this way in the current year. And so we're actively working with operations to come up with an appropriate capital outlay ask for the year ahead. We would hope to at least maintain that $8 million investment. And hopefully the county can find a way to piece that together as their ARPA funds sunset. Earlier this week, our cabinet level requests were due to the budget department for expansion items. And so we will be reviewing those as a senior leadership team very soon so that we can understand what new things folks would like to do to move our efforts forward in the district. And we'll work to prioritize those as we pull together the superintendent's recommended budget. Next slide. And trying to leave room for questions. So happy to start answering questions at this time and allow Dr. Lewis to offer any remarks that he may have.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Again, I just want to reiterate the fact that we are analyzing and we'll be talking to staff as it relates to some of these, for example, attendance incentive. I think you've heard me share publicly, is this enough? You know, when we talk about attendance and then just reviewing the format in which bus drivers, for example, are able to obtain that $150. It has to be perfect attendance. So really looking at the structure in which that attendance bonus is assigned, but also the amount. So we definitely want to get some feedback from our bus drivers and other staff as it relates to that. You've heard me also share earlier that we're looking at every single avenue, every single dollar that we're spending to ensure that we are able to invest in our staff, things that we've heard during the listening learning tour, and that's beginning to come up in some of the actual survey that we have out, getting input from community members around, you know, what should be our priorities. And so, as Jeremy mentioned, we're close to $1 million just in central office, and this is mainly administrator positions. I want to be clear about that. Mainly administrator positions that we are looking to see how we could either collapse or eliminate some of those positions as it relates to how we can ensure that we are being fiscally responsible with our dollars as we approach this budget season. Questions?
Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Thank you, Mr. Teeter. Colleagues. Any questions, comments?
And I won't be offended if you don't have any questions tonight.
Ms. Hempstead, and then Ms. Chavez.
Mr. Teeter, you know, we always have questions. Now, this is one of the most important topics that we need to talk about. And I think I appreciate hearing you all discuss and you naming that number of $5 to $6 million per month of federal dollars that we utilize to do the work that we need to do for our mission, right? Educating and embracing and empowering every student. I just want that to settle in. $5 to $6 million a month that we are looking at to support our students. So if you need something to do, I would encourage folks to call up Tom Tillis or call up Ted Budd and leave them some messages about how the impacts of the cuts at the federal level could impact our public school system. None of that was my question, but since I got it out there, it's important in the time that we're in right now. Just a question. You also mentioned this, like we are in an unbalanced budget. We're starting this process unbalanced. And so I wanted to know how you all are thinking about getting us into alignment this year. And that's my first question. I have another one.
Yep. So I think a lot of the conversations that we're having about this year and next year sort of overlap. And so some of the things, some of the positions, for example, that we're thinking about not filling next year have been vacant this year. And so I think as we kind of lock in those commitments, that we're not going to move forward with some of those things, that'll allow me to officially adjust our tabulation for the current year and say that we're backing those items out. And so we're pushing very hard on that. And then we're also working to develop sort of a new lap salary amount for the current year to see how that is progressing. But I think just based on where we were with the 1.6 million figure from the last board meeting in the current year, we're feeling confident that in the current year we'll work through our situation. And so we'll next board meeting probably have an update for you of showing you that we've hit our target to get this year in line.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then I wanted to know, I might ask this every meeting, is there any movement on thinking about, some of the things that are in your continuation budget is what I call like the cost of living increase, right? Of doing our work as a school system, which means that some of that would continue in the next year. And if there are other things that we might think about in the next year. So, are we thinking about kind of any of that multi-year, here's our set of priorities this year, and then next year it might look like X, Y, and Z. I know we don't have a crystal ball and we don't know exactly what might happen, but I think for us thinking a little bit about 2 or 3 years in advance would be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're happy to do that. And I think once we're and really we have to do it. And so once we've settled up how we feel with this recommended budget, we're able to internally in finance, we're able to quickly pivot our thinking to next cycle and start to have those things in line so that we can keep that running dialogue and folks can know what's coming down the pipeline.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. All right. Thank you. Thank you for all the numbers, the very specific numbers on these different items. So my questions are, my first one is just, I wanted to make sure with the caps on funding for EC and ESL, that's on teachers for those students. Is it on any other resources for our EC and ESL students?
I think predominantly, right, so the EC and ELL dollars that are affected by those caps, right, we're using that money to pay for teachers first and foremost. It does pay for some instructional assistance. And then the EC director also has the flexibility to work those budgets to also pay for speech therapists, occupational therapists, any kind of related service that we may need to deliver for those students.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then I appreciate knowing your sort of like rough potential estimate for the central office review and what that might turn up for us. But what is the timeline on that and any potential recommendations regarding cuts or of either positions or maybe that all wouldn't come to us, but like initiatives or things like that?
Yeah, so I think so that's still fluid. So we've got another meeting that we've scheduled soon to do part 2 of what we did this week to challenge each other a little further. So I think I would say certainly in the next month or so, we should have a little more concrete information for you.
Okay. Thank you. And then I think this is maybe more a question for Ms. Hager, but I did want to know about the retention rates of our EC teachers and our ESL teachers. And I think it's important for us to think about, even though there might not be, we can't always determine a direct correlation, but it would be good to look at patterns to see if there were any patterns for retention that we could kind of pull out after offering those supplements to those teachers. So I think it'd be helpful to have a few years of data going back. And I think part of what would be useful is just to see when we're doing these new initiatives with, the EC, ELL supplements, master's pay, are they effective in retention? There may be other outcomes as well, but that's one thing I'd like us to monitor.
Thank you. I did see that question come in today, so we're on it.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question, Ms. Chavez? I'm sorry.
Mhm.
In regards to that data, um, do you want it to inform all board members about budget priorities? Like, what is the timeline that you're expecting to see this data? I think this is one of those things that goes to the 15 minutes over. And so, more than 15 minutes of administrative time. And so I would like for the board to get a full understanding of your request because everybody isn't privy to seeing your questions.
Mhm.
And how quickly are you interested in seeing that data and what do you want to use it? What do you want us to use it for?
Okay, sure. Again, I know I didn't send my questions to everybody, but I have mentioned this twice at board meetings. So I'm happy to, hear what all of my colleagues think. But again, I'm asking about retention data to assess whether that is an outcome, retention is an outcome of implementing these supplements. And if our investment in them is supporting our staff and thus our students by creating more stability in their teachers and their, and their other support staff, creating more stability for students and creating just more we want staff who are with us, who retain knowledge over time and keep that within our district. So that's my interest in asking. And as far as timeline, I would just ask, and I know I mentioned this also last week at our review meeting, Ms. Hager. So I know you already heard me say this then too, but what I would ask, what is realistic of you all?
That is something we've already talked about as well, just among our staff. I would ask for us to have a little more time, maybe 6 months to, the end of the school year. Let's see where we are then with our retention data, but I would ask for more time because we are trying, as a staff, trying to determine what the effectiveness has been.
Okay.
Okay.
I would take your lead on that then. I just think it's something for us to monitor and I don't want us to take our pulse off of it.
Absolutely.
My last question is just about, and Dr. Lewis, you talked about this. What is the timeline and any potential like modification of the bus driver attendance bonus or like any other kind of bonus for bus drivers? That might be a question for Dr. Webb, but or I'm not sure. But I know that's something you were looking at. I'm asking about timeline because we are in the budget season now, and I'm trying to see, when we might have more information about what we want to put in our budget.
Yeah, that will be coming up soon. We've had some preliminary conversations with a group of transportation staff as well. And so just really following up with them to determine, what would be, obviously, depending on what we can either ask the county for, what we can afford in our budget to increase that from $150.
Okay.
Dr. Wade, you got anything?
Yes, sir. Just to reiterate, the individuals that we met with were very interested in having that conversation and shared their perspectives with us and their needs and their concerns and their willingness to offer ideas. So that conversation is going very well. As far as the effectiveness, the ultimate effectiveness of any initiative is, when it comes to retaining individuals, is how many folks stay around. And so that metric is usually evaluated closer to the end of the year. So as Ms. Hager, to paraphrase Ms. Hager, it is a work in progress. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Ms. Carter Otten, did I see your hand?
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Teeter, for all of this information. I have a bunch of questions, but I think I've picked my top three to ask you tonight. So first is in thinking about ways to financially incentivize bus driving, in various conversations, in a number of different options have come up. And so I'm wondering, like in addition to these attendance bonuses, couple of examples are increasing the hourly pay rate, paying for the CDL or other aspects of training. So I'm wondering, is that something that the board can expect to see, like a proposal with cost estimates for these types of options as we're continuing to work through the budget and making decisions about where to put the money, or do you need board action to ask for that? Does that
I
make
would
sense?
say at the end of this month, we would have we're going to have the superintendent's proposed budget in front of you. So I think these timelines are running, really close together. So so I think we should be able to have something to you in short order in tandem with the budget, as far as a plan for what things might cost for various efforts for retaining bus drivers and recruiting bus drivers. So I have to defer, to my colleagues and Dr. Lewis on when we might make those things go live. Is that something that we need to announce and then it goes live in the new school year so that people know it's coming, or is it something we start now? So I'll have to work with my peers on that. But I feel as we roll out Dr. Lewis's recommended budget next month, we'll have a lot of companion items like these bus driver items we're talking about.
Great, that's helpful. Yeah, I want us to be thinking about all the different ways that could potentially be effective in making sure we've got our bus drivers here and happy. Let's see. And my next question is also related to like timing of more information. So related to the local master's pay. So we've had lots of conversations about like estimates of how many staff this would include and what it might cost. Are we at some point going to be able to get a more accurate estimate, like even though knowing that that'll be a single point in time estimate of how many staff this would include and what it would cost if we extended this to all that would have qualified under the NCDPI guidelines prior to 2013? Or is this like a chicken and egg thing where you're like, we need to do it, and then we need to do the surveys and count all the people? Can you share a little bit about that?
Well, I'm happy to see Ms. Hager's camera turn on, and so I'm just gonna look at Ms. Hager for this one.
I would just want to add in, yes, it's more like the chicken and the egg. So just trying to figure it all out and to get to a point, I think establishing what our parameters are so that they're clear, concise, and everyone understands from our educators to our principals to central office staff, like we all know what our parameters are. And then as those folks are coming in, because remember, it's a revolving or ever evolving sort of number or estimate of how many folks could possibly, be in that bucket that we're trying to figure out. So I think just to Dr. Webb's point just now, it's still a work in progress. And so the good thing is that Mr. Teeter and I are working really closely with our licensure team. We had a meeting almost 2 hours today, just looking at educators, their license, the renewal process, what's going to happen with the hiring, and of course, master's pay came up during that time. So really tightening what we're doing around master's pay, letting everybody know what our parameters are, what the guidelines are for, thank you, Ms. Smith, what the guidelines are for being eligible for master's pay so that we can at least, do a little bit better at making a ballpark figure what that might be.
And I think, and then just to sort of also add, right, so Ms. Hager mentioned the licensure. At some point, we may need to achieve some consensus of, do we require them to go through the process of adding it to their license, even though it doesn't mean more state pay, it may be helpful. That may be a more helpful way to help us contain that. So I'll defer, to Ms. Hager's leadership and Dr. Giovanni's leadership of what that might look like in terms of us making that shift in protocol, that they're adding it to their license, rather than us leaning on surveys.
Thank you, Mr. Teeter and Ms. Hager. So to clarify, will we see more information about what this could cost us and who it would involve during this budget cycle to help us make decisions about it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I would be very embarrassed if we did not bring some conversation about master's pay next month, just with the magnitude of feedback that we've gotten. And so we'll certainly will have some succinct graphics that convey what the board's investment would be, depending on what type of changes we may see with master's pay.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right, my last question is, when cabinet members bring requests, or there's cabinet level requests, are they asked to, or at any other point in this, are they asked to connect their request to the strategic plan goals and to demonstrate how they expect the funding will move the district towards achieving like a specific goal?
Yes, and I feel bad. I felt bad for them when we sent the books out, because we ask a lot of them, and I think we've continued sort of the existing process in Durham, right? We're asking them to flesh out their line items, and to tie those back to the district strategic plan, and we've had some really good dialogue with my colleagues as they have worked through those, to help them pull that together. But we definitely ask them to lift that strategic plan up.
Awesome. All right, thanks so much.
Thank you. Ms. Byer?
Mr. Teeter, I just wanted to offer you just such gratitude for helping us right this ship and for your expertise and helping us frame how we think about this budget going forward in a time that we know that we want to give everyone more, that the state needs to give more, that the feds need to give more to support these students, and that we have to live within the constraints of what we have at the time that our federal funding from COVID has ended. And so I want to make sure I'm understanding kind of what you've brought forward. You are saying that just moving forward in almost a continuation budget with some increases in utilities and health insurance and things like that, $8 million above where we were last year is kind of how you're starting to frame that math for us and that bottom line.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's an additional 8 million requests that people won't notice anything different, but will just be maintaining status quo and keeping the lights on.
That's right. And that number may come down slightly once we're done with this process. So right, we'll try to temper this with the revenue projection at the state level. So I think we're all starting to trend a little bit farther down than we were thinking as a finance officer community. So this, it won't be remarkably less, but we definitely expect it'll shift down a little bit compared to where we started with this presentation.
So that certainly is just a real reality check for us, because usually we get to kind of come in about level and then add things and add things and add things, right? And so having that as a starting place is kind of grim. I appreciate you all continuing to look at those positions that we were told were cut and didn't get cut, and you evaluate every single one and their need to either continue or to be sunsetted as vacant positions. I heard you say that that's what your team is continuing to work on. Can you help a little bit more with the 15% reductions in operational budgets? Those were also felt by central office. I just want to clarify that. One of our public comments had some confusion there, right? But those were also held at central office as well.
And I would share, right, just to carry that even further, right, it was also felt in the Board of Education's budget. And so, I mean, it touched every budget in terms of that set aside. And so we're and I think I hear more complaints from central office than I do from the schools, but definitely it was felt across all facets of the organization.
And as you, Dr. Lewis, are talking with principals and getting their feedback about that 15%, how are you evaluating kind of whether they're able to operate at that level next year, or whether there's some of that needs to be added back? Are y'all having those conversations with building leaders?
Looking to see how close they are to their budgets this year, given this time of year. Because traditionally, what we see happen, what I've learned that this happens here and it happens in districts across the country, at a certain time of year, probably the next couple of months, you start a lot of rapid spending just to get rid of the money. And so and then there may be things that they need. However, we have to think critically about, how can we be more fiscally responsible, even with our school budgets. We've had conversations about zero-based budgeting from the standpoint of what do schools really need. And so I think what has happened in the past is that we've just been so used to getting this certain amount of money and spending it, every year, or you're down at this time of year, making this up, you're down to spending maybe 50% of your budget, and the next couple of months is going to be cut off. So let me see what I can buy really quick. And so that's not the best business model, really thinking about what do we need as a school system. And every year is different. Every year should be different because the kids are different every year. And so, yeah, we need to continue those conversations as it relates to what do we really need for our buildings to ensure that our students and staff have what they need.
I appreciate that. That'll be great feedback to have from our principals and from our buildings. As we go forward, I think growing together is something that has taken, years for this board to move forward, and making sure that we fulfill the promises that were in that plan, and that had significant staffing as y'all plan and bring a budget forward. I'm sure you're looking at that. I know some Mackenzie Scott money had been moved to cover that. And I really appreciate, I was listening to you and Mr. Teeter, you really said that you were going to bring kind of evidence-based recommendations as you evaluate together on cabinet what has been effective at staffing incentives and what has not, and where we need to focus our efforts in order to maximize what we can do in the coming budget cycle. So I really appreciate and lean into y'all's expertise as you bring that forward, because we're going to have to make some very, very difficult decisions. And we're not going to be able to do everything we want to and our hearts do. And that's tough. That's tough for this board, and that's tough for this community. So I appreciate y'all bringing recommendations and bringing your expertise to the table.
Thank you. Ms. Umstead?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on something Ms. Byers said. I hope that, as we're looking at schools and departments budgets at this time, that we're also having conversations with folks, right, around what might be planned for the next couple of months and that kind of thing as well, so that we can know the impact of where they are. I know sometimes I've heard in the past people just kind of get money snatched away if it hasn't been spent. And I would want to make sure that we're in dialogue to know what was the plan for that and when were you planning on that? And if this is moved, how might that impact the work that you're getting ready to do? We know that many of our folks use money around this season to help prepare students, thinking about student learning, as well as student school culture, things that happen around this time of the year. So I just want to make sure we're in dialogue with our school leaders and department leaders around where their budgets are and what their plans are for fund monies till the end of the year.
I can confirm we are, and I think just as Exhibit A of that, as we've lifted up at the last meeting, the potential Mackenzie Scott realignment, we have moved very slow with that, and we've allowed people to kind of come forward with their concerns and things that they had planned, so that we don't create any of that heartburn. And so, yeah, yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Thank you. One of the questions that I had, we were supposed to have a public hearing last night, and in the previous work session, the board, sorry, y'all can hear my kid, I'm sorry. And in the previous work session, the board requested a doodle poll go out to board members to schedule a second public hearing. Do we plan to still have both public hearings? And will there be action taken to schedule those? Is there a scheduling plan?
Is
For
there,
the scheduling plan for the public hearings? Are we reschedule them?
yeah, I would love to, because keep in mind, this was an additional hearing that, had not been done in the past. And so I definitely would want, depending on the board members' availability, to reschedule that hearing. And so once we get the doodle poll, we'll just definitely reach out and schedule that.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to check on that.
And
My
again,
colleague,
I'm sorry. And again, that one was for an additional opportunity for community, staff, students to come and share with the board. These are what we feel that are our priorities, before we begin planning the budget.
okay, that's helpful. This is for information discussion. Colleagues that haven't had an opportunity to speak, do you have any questions, comments, or concerns? Thank you so much. Thanks, Mr. Teeter, Dr. Lewis. We appreciate it. The next item on our agenda is closed session. So I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session. Not in keeping with what we have done when we are in person, we will come back to the open meeting to approve the personnel report after we commence closed session.
Move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Carter Otten, that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda. Is there any further discussion? All right, Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Carter Otten.
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff.
Aye.
Mr. Tab.
Aye.
Ms. Umstead.
Aye.
Ms. Chavez.
Aye.
And I vote aye. We are now in closed session. Thank you.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. I'm trying to get on.
Okay, just checking on you.
Yeah.
Camera just died.
Okay.
Lord Jesus.
It's the second calendar invite that started at 8:30.
8:30.
I came from Colleagues, we're now back in open session. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you, Board Chair Rogers. Ask the board to take action and approve the personnel report.
Move approval of the personnel report dated February 21st, 2025.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff, to approve personnel report for February 21st, 2025. Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Discussion, I'm sorry. Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Carter-Atten.
Aye.
Ms. Harold Goff.
Aye.
Mr. Tabb.
Aye.
Ms. Umstead.
Aye.
Ms. Chavez.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Personnel report passes unanimously.